Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. And yeah, we're back trying to finish our Kubernetes setup. So yesterday, what did we do yesterday? We managed to figure out the host port setup. We configured all the ports. I mean, we made them all configurable. We migrated to stateful sets as well. Yeah, looks like that's working nicely. Off stream, I actually deployed this to my test cluster. So far, so good. Everything's working correctly. So yeah. Oh, and we spent a lot of time figuring out how to connect to a specific pod within stateful set, but that's all fixed now. Okay, so what are we gonna do today? Well, let's start with a small fix that I wanted to do. So here we can configure app image globally, right? But I want to see if I can make this work on the instance level as well. So here we have like default settings for every instance. But then on the instance level, I also want to be able to define that. So let's see. Not sure about every field, but at least I need the tag to be supported, a custom tag. Maybe we start with that. We don't need anything else, just the tag. So this means, hello 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀. I am early today. Like I have a vacation this whole week and the beginning of the next week. I think only the Monday next week. So yeah, I've been trying to stream whatever I can. So yeah, but on the next week I will be back to my normal schedule most likely. We'll see. I'm not sure yet. All right, so here we have this. Now this is the game data. Here the app image. App image. This needs to be configured in a different way. Actually, maybe we can do it this way. Not sure if this is possible in Go, but maybe we can. So we use image tag from the instance first. Default value for that should be image tag from the root values, and then latest by default. So let's see if that works. So first of all, do I have Minikube running? One sec. Yeah. Let's start the dashboard. Okay, so it is currently running. Okay. So now let's go to this folder. Now we need Helm template. So it looks like it did work. Gateway 01. But let's see if we can do it like that. Yeah, so we have test 1. And if we comment this out, crap. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing? Yeah, this is weird. I'm not sure how I can configure it properly. Going fine. Good, good. Is that called null propagation or what? Null propagation. So we need to find go template null propagation. Did I mention that I hate Go templates? It's just ridiculous. Maybe I can do it like this. I don't know. So if we have image default object, then we do tag. Hello, though. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can do this at least in one line. You know what? Let's try bring this back and let's try to Google this error that it returns. Maybe we can find some nice one-liner solutions for that. I don't know. Wait. Default dictionary, I guess. Okay, this works. So this uses the parent tag 121. Okay, good. Now if I enable image, it still uses that because we don't have the tag assigned. When we assign the tag, now we have that. Okay, so this works. Can we do the same for other properties? Is it feasible to do that for other properties? I think this one is good enough. Okay, so repository is not going to be supported. Full policy, image secrets. This should be good. The tag should be enough. Okay, so this is done. Okay, so now I wanted to do a small test and see what happens when. Wait, first let's commit this. So this is image tag made configurable on the instance level in addition to the global app value. Okay, So I wanted to do a test and see what happens when the world server and zone server are not shut down in order like I usually do, but more randomly like Kubernetes gonna do. So I want to see what happens with one zone server and with multiple zone servers. So let's start our server. Okay. So the server is running. We have our zones hosted. That's good. So now I want to see what happens if I kill world server. Gateway disconnected. World connection closed. World connection pool closed. But I believe this thing still hosts the zones. How can I check that? I don't know. I still have the CPU load on the server, so that probably means that it's still running the zones. So okay, let's say it is running the zones still. Let's try to restart the world. What's gonna happen now? Creates more instances. Yeah, the zone instance request. Okay. Let's try to stop the world again, start it again. So does that mean that it, yeah, looks like it does create a lot of instances. So right now my zone server is consuming 2.5 gigabytes and it's like 12% CPU usage. So if I again kill the world server, this thing is still running all the zones. We restart the world. Yeah, it creates more zones. So this is a problem. I'm not sure how to solve it. So zone server. Can we see any log message when the vault connection gets closed? Vault connection closed. Vault connection pool closed. So what does it do? So okay, it opens the pool. When we stop, it closes the pool, right? What happens to the zone instances though? Or the connections? I don't think it does anything. Connection closed. Yeah, it just outputs that the vault connection is closed. Huh. Yeah, I remember I was planning to do something about the zone instance preservation throughout the vault server restarts. But the problem is gateway servers rely so hard on the vault server to be always available that that is weird. I don't know. See, it just says that the vault connection is closed. Gateways get disconnected probably because when the vault server becomes disconnected from the login, we invalidate the zone servers as well and remove them from the gateway. That's not the problem at all. The main problem is the zone instances. So, how do we do this? Basically, the thing with the vault server is if it becomes unavailable, you theoretically still can play on the zone server as long as it doesn't contact the vault server. So you have your instance, you're playing there, but as soon as you request any vault scope action, you're gonna get disconnected because the zone cannot contact the vault server to do that. We could try to make this like graceful, so when the zone comes back up, or when the vault comes back up, we try to restore existing zone instances. that would be very complex, actually. So instead, I'm thinking about just making... Wait. So what do we send to the world? Send information about the instance, supported zone groups. We can request a new instance, destroy instance. Oh, that's the response on the creation or destroy. We could send existing zone instance goods. And then the zone server can decide what to do with them. If it cannot restore them, it can request to destroy them. Maybe that would be the best solution. Zone manager, register, remove. Yeah, I think zone servers can just delegate that. So handle create instance, handle destroy. So yeah, how many bytes? 16 bytes per GUID. So if this is 16 bytes, why is my calculator window so big? So 16 bytes times, let's say, I don't know, 200 zones, 3.2K. I think it's fine. So what we can do here is have the supported zone groups sent. We could also send zone manager what's the this instances get removed. So create or register, initialize, yeah. So here we need to expose the list of zone instances. So enumerable izone instances. This instances values. A collection. So let's see, var instances equals this zone manager instances. Then we write down the amount of the instances. This is going to be right capped byte. No. Let's do it like that. Instances count. Then for each zone instance, in instances, we write GUID. Do we write the GUIDs like that? Yes. I was wondering maybe there is a specific method for that. But okay. We get all the instances and we send them. One potential problem here is there could be too many zone instances hosted on the server, like more than 100 or 200. But I think we will have bigger problems about that. So, oh yeah, I need to stop this thing because it's consuming a lot of resources. So now we're sending that on the hello to the Vault server, then Vault server network controllers zone default handle hello. So now here, so server info, register connection. Let's do the read here. So this is zone instance count. Hosted zone instance goods. Like that. Then we read that exactly like that. So read good. So zone group count supported zone groups, zone instance count. Okay. So we receive that, and then this is when we receive a connection. So this is a new connection, not a new zone server per se. Crap. Yeah, this is not a good place for that. So this is sent when we initiate a connection. Zone instances. So what do we have here? Hosted instances. Register also zone instances here. Host. This method registers a zone instance as hosted and sends a host request to the connected zone server. Why do we need this one then? Registers a zone instance as hosted on the current zone. I see. Well, we can actually, let's see. Register a connection pool, add connection. Like, how can I identify the first connection? Connection count, opened. Aha. Connection pool. State changed. State changed. Old state, new state. I wish I remembered how this thing works. So when the zone server state changes, at the moment it only changes when the connection pool opens or closes. Like if we receive a first connection or we lose the last connection. We remove the zone server if it's if it becomes offline. Yeah, I need to rework this logic. But right now I just want a quick fix. I don't want to redo all of this stuff. Zone server state changed. When it's offline, We remove the zone server. So this is what happens when we remove the zone server. Okay, good. Send add zone servers. Like what we can do is crap, I don't know. So we get the list of the zone instances currently hosted by the zone server. What we can do here directly, maybe, is when we see a zone instance GUID that's not present on the Vault server, we can directly send the destroy instance request. The problem is when the zone server receives that, when it receives destroy instance, yeah, it will output a warning that the zone instance is not there. Cannot destroy it. Maybe we can just change it to a debug output. We could also add a parameter, another flag in the packet that, for example, silent or something like that. That if we don't have it and the flag is silent, we just ignore it. Yeah, I think we can do that. So if we receive a zone instance to be destroyed with the silent flag and we don't find it, we just ignore it. But if the flag, the silent flag is not set, then we will output a warning and we will actually reply that we could not destroy it. That would probably solve our problem. So when a zone server connects, it will send multiple connections basically at the same time, and it will advertise these zone instance GUIDs, and most likely for each connection we will send a request to destroy those zone instances. So we will end up with these warnings, but that should be fine. So let's do here silent read boolean. So if not silent, then we do that. Also if, stupid if, not silent, then we send the response here as well. Okay, so now we need to also process the sending packet here. Oh, 103, right? Yes. Like that. So now here we here we handle the silent parameter, and here we go back to the top, hosted zone instances. So what we can do here is this. Do we have a zone instance manager or something? I don't remember how this works. Zone instance registry. So I need that. Vault. Or maybe I can access that from the vault. Zone instances. Try get. Okay. So if we could not find the zone instance among those ones, then we are gonna do crap, I don't remember how we okay. This send destroy zone instance request. Silent true. So that will mean that we are destroying the zone instances that are not relevant anymore. The zone server doesn't host them, doesn't support them, so they are basically orphan zone instances and we can destroy them. Okay. So this should be working. Let's see, what did we do? So added the silent parameter. We also added it here. It's false by default. Then we added these instances. So the zone server now, well, this is vault server. This is zone server vault controller. So now this thing, yeah, with the silent parameters, it will just ignore anything. And during the hello packet, it will send all the hosted zone instances that it has. Then the vault will read that, and for each of that good, if it couldn't find the zone instances in its own registry, it will send the silent destroy request for each of those back to that connection. That will probably happen for each connection, but that's okay. What I could do is, where is that silent thing? So here, if it's not silent, we do this log debug. Ignore it. Okay. So this way we will still see those in the debug log if we're interested in that. So yeah, this should work now. So let's start the vault. And let's see if we have any compilation warnings. Okay. Let's start the zone. 1 second. This VTuber avatar settings bothering me. How can I make it stop blinking with different eyes? So I wanted to blink with a single eye. 1 second. Yeah, it's really stupid. It cannot blink properly. 1 sec. So which eye do we do? Let's try the right eye. No, so that was the left eye. Somewhat works. But let's try the right eye. Okay, it works now. One sec. Okay, that's better. Now it should stop blinking with different eyes, because that was really annoying. Okay, sorry. So, yeah, we were trying to test this. So we created all the zone instances, that's good. So now if we kill the vault server, it's still running, right? It cannot connect the vault. Now we start it back up. There's our zones coming. So what do we have here? Oh, yeah, that happens for each connection, but that's okay. So new vault connection created, so authenticated. Destroy zone instance request. Can't find the zone instance, ignoring. Okay, so I have a lot of those. That's normal. Then we create all of that. So let's see what happens now with the server load. So right now it's about 4%. So let's stop the zone server, the vault server. Start it back up. Higher CPU load right now is normal because we destroyed a bunch of zone instances and we created. But yeah, it's around 3%, maybe 4%. Let's try to do that again. I can actually see the actual amount. One sec. Zone server 6905. So Boulder, I need the amount of zone instances. Zones registered. This one. So have 25. Yeah, that seems to be about right. And 6.7 thousand NPCs. Okay, so now we restart the world. See what's gonna happen. 0 gateway connections, 12 zones, 25, 6.7 NPCs. Okay, looks good. Let's do that again. Okay, I think we're good. So, is that enough? That's the question. So what we're doing now is when we connect to a world server, we tell the world server that, yeah, we are right now hosting these zone instances. So when that could happen, there are three options. First is it's a new zone server instance. It didn't host any zone any zone instances. It's totally clean. It tries to connect to the world server for the first time. Then the world server just sees the empty list of zone instances, and it can host certain zone instances on that zone. Another option is the zone server crashed. Not zone server, the world server crashed. That means that the zone server lost the connection. Then when the world server get back up, we connect to it. We advertise that we are currently still running certain zone instances, but on the world, those are missing because, yeah, the world is starting from scratch, basically. So then it says the zone server tells the zone server to destroy those instances that are missing. And yeah, we're good to go from that point. And the third option is the world server is still running, the zone server is still running, but the connection between them got disrupted, got broken. And the world connection pool got closed on the zone server. The zone server is still running the instances. So as long as players don't do anything worldwide, we still serve them, no problem. And as soon as the connection gets back up, we send the list of currently hosted zones. The world server still thinks that it's fine. And yeah, it basically just ignores anything else. Okay. So this should be good. Let's commit that. And yeah, we also now have the list of all the instances hosted on the zone manager. That's good. So, how do I call this? Destroy any orphan zones on zone instances on the zone server when it connects to the vault server. Okay, that's good. So now what would happen if a persistent zone instance, zone server, goes offline and everything else stays online? Let's test that. So for that I need what? Dungeons, fields, towns. So let's start the vault server, and I need to duplicate. How can I duplicate this terminal window? Can only split. Okay. So we're gonna start. So what do we have? We have, wait, dungeons, fields, towns. That's not correct. Should have towns, persistent, and transient. Fields are gonna become persistent. Where is it? And the dungeons gonna become transient. And towns are towns. Okay. Okay. So that means, where is the list of hosted zone groups? Towns, persistent, transient. Towns, persistent, transient. Okay, should be good. So let's do docker, or not docker, .net run id equals towns. Doing it run. should be dash 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 ID towns. No, I forgot how to do this. I think -I towns. Yes, okay. So towns .net run. Can I do it like that? -I. No. -I. Persistent. And I need one more. Transient. Okay. So now we start the vault. Wait, let's stop one of the zone servers. Okay, so we have towns, we have persistent, and we start in the transient. And okay, now we're starting the zones. So let's see if one of the zones goes down. So for example, persistent. This one's the most important, I guess. It hosts the other one. So this one doesn't host anything right now, right? Let's test that. So if it disconnects, vault is offline, but everything else should still be running. Yeah. Let's start it back up. And we're back up. Status is good. We didn't change any zone hosting things. Okay, let's do the same for the persistent. So this means that all our persistent maps went down. Zone server disconnected. Okay, did host some zone instances. Okay. Let's do the same for the towns. It's gonna be much easier for me to understand what's going on. So the vault is offline. Okay. And yeah, those are the towns. Okay, good. Let's try to host 2 town instances. Actually, I can't. In this setup, I can't. Actually, no, wait, I can. So towns 6302, 303, 3 or 4. Can do towns 2. It has towns 6305. Get this one, new port as well. And in the vault server, we require 2 town instances. So let's stop that, stop that, stop that. And we need one more instance. Actually, wait. Let's not do that. Let's do this is towns. Let's split it. So we're starting the world. We're gonna start the persistent zone server, transient. Okay. Now we start the first towns instance, and this should be towns 2. Okay. Wait. It hosted something. Crap, it hosted the zones. Why? Told it to have... Ah. Okay. I see. Have it here. Okay, so right now all of that is stopped. This needs to be stopped. Okay, we're starting the vault. Starting the persistent, transient. Let's see. Okay. Now we start the first towns instance. And again it hosts the maps. Why? What? What the hell? It should wait for 2 town instances before starting anything. What's the environment name? Development. What? Hmm. Where's the run thing? Okay, so let's see what this reads. So requirement towns 2. Yes. Towns equals 2. So it does read the correct value. Persistent 1. Transient 1. Okay. Weird, it should be working. Okay, let's try again. Maybe I didn't restart the world or something. Or didn't save the file, I don't know. But right now I'm 100% sure that the setting is correct. Internet here today is also unstable. That's a bummer. Okay, now it works. Yeah, I guess I didn't restart the world or something. But yeah, it didn't create any zone instances here. Okay, I don't know. Looks good so far. Now I start the second one. Now we have the zone instances. Okay, good. So we have 2 maps here at Mimis and first Cognita. And we have the rest here. Okay, good. So if we kill the first one, nothing happens, just the world becomes offline. Okay. So we start the town's instance back again. Yeah, this is not very optimal, but this is still okay. Now we get 1 instance here and 2 more here. Not perfect, but still that's good, that's fine. I will solve that sometime later. But yeah, we did create zone instances, missing ones. Okay, so now if the vault server goes down and comes back up, what do we do? They should basically recreate all the zone instances. Well, I forgot that I inserted a debug thing here. Okay, so again, we've got 2 maps here, 3 here. Okay, looks good. And another thing that I wanted to see is when I set the amount of tiles to 1. Let's restart everything. So I set the requirement back to 1, but I'm still gonna start 2 town zone instances. What's gonna happen? So right now, we only start 1 zone instance for towns. Then when it creates everything, I will connect the second one. Okay. There we go, 5 zones. So we connect the second one. Okay. Yeah, the wall didn't do anything, so now let's stop the first one. It becomes offline. This is not perfect, but it's okay. So, yeah, it means the zone instances are now gone, but we do have another town's zone instance available, and it's not using it just because it connected before the previous one exited. Now if we bring it back up, it should spread the instances across the 2 servers. No, it's still offline. Wait, what? Why is it still offline? I know why. I know why. Because we are basically Yeah, we're starting to populate the world, create the zone instances only when we open basically a new... Wait, how does that work again? This looks like a bug. 1 second. Let me close all of this. So, world server, zone. So zone server is connected, right? We gotta create zone server info, register the connection. So we create a zone server, a new one. State changed. So just to be sure, let's stop both of them and start one. Will it start hosting, or is it completely broken? Yeah, it does start hosting. Why? Ah, I see. So, because we connected the second one before the previous one disconnected, that means that the overall state was online for the world, for the server registry, right? It was online. Then the first one stopped. It brought the world offline, but not because the required list of zone groups decreased, but because some zones became offline. But it didn't reschedule them on the second one. Then when the second one connected, the state was still online because, yeah, there was never a situation when both zone groups were offline. Zone server registry state. Zone server state changed. So this is probably getting listened on, and that's the login connection. We remove the zone instances. Where do we host new zone instances? It looks like I need to do that somewhere else. Hmm. Weird. Where do we host? Where do we create zone instances? That's the login connection. That's metric. Try host and host. And server registry state changed. If it becomes online, there it is. So we get offline instances. And we try to host them. And server registry state changed. And that state never changed because we connected a second one before removing the previous one. So it always stayed online, although some zone instances went offline. Yeah, this is a bug and I'm not sure how to fix it. It's not gonna be a problem technically in my Kubernetes setup because, yeah, it brings down an instance before bringing it up. But if I change something, if I make rolling updates in different way that Kubernetes brings up a new instance before destroying the previous one, that's gonna be a problem. But to fix that, I think I need to move this logic from zone server registry state changed to, I guess, zone server added or removed or something like that. Zone server state changed. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bug. I'm not sure how to fix it nicely. Let's document the bug that we found. Maybe we can fix it. Actually, not here. Not here. I will document it in my notes. So when a new instance of a zone server gets connected before the previous one was disconnected, the world never never hosts the zone instances that went offline. So the ideal situation would be that whenever a zone server connects or disconnects, or zone server gets added or removed from the registry, we check if all the required zones are there. If they are there, then we host all the offline zone instances. So let's add a to-do here. Try to host offline instances every time a zone server gets added or removed from the registry. As long as all the, wait, how is it called again? Required zone group hosts. Yes, satisfied. Because yeah, we could have a potential problem. It's not a problem right now, but it could be a potential problem. Okay. So, that was what? Yeah, that was just what happens if our example is, for example, a world gets upgraded before the zone. Yes, okay. That is done. So, if a zone goes down, if it's one of the required zones, then the world will get offline. When the zone gets connected back again, the world will become online and it will try to host all the offline zone instances. Okay. That's good. When a world goes down, zone server initially doesn't react. It just it will fail as soon as any world required operation is being involved, and it will just disconnect the player, which is fine. But then when the connection to the world restores, zone will send all the zone instances that it's currently hosting, and the world will decide what to do with them. Right now, it will request to silently destroy any zone instances that it doesn't aware of. So the zone will destroy those, and the world will request to host the zone instances. Okay, so let's test that. Let's initialize the towns 2 as well. So right now, this town's zone instance is hosting 5 zone instances. So let's bring down the world. Okay. And start it back up. What's gonna happen? Okay, so it hosts all the zone instances. Good. So here, what do we have? Yeah, a bunch of destroy requests. That's fine. And we created 3 here. 3 new zone instances. And 2 zone instances here. Okay, good. Good. And now if we close this one, let's bring this one back up. So right now it's offline. Okay, I can see it hosting some zones already. That's good. Connection is good. We hosted all the persistent zones. Okay. One sec. Okay, so this looks good. I think we're fine now. We can restart login anytime, that's not a problem. We can restart gateways anytime, that's not a problem. But yeah, for the future, we need to improve the vault server. I wanted to actually store the zone instances that it created in a database. So if it shuts down, the next time it goes back up, it will try to re-register those created zone instances. So then when the zone server connects to it, it will tell certain zone instance IDs that it's hosting, and it will just indicate that, yeah, this is one of the zones and mark it as online. So that's what should be going on ideally, but it's not the case right now. I will fix that later. Right now, I just want to make sure that it's not gonna cause any problems in the Kubernetes cluster. But okay, everything looks fine here. Okay, what else do we need? What else do we need? Do I need to commit anything? Let's add this to do. Also, let's fix the config files and also destroy everything that we don't need. Okay. Resistant towns to this can be gone. Did I push it? So have persistent towns transient. Okay, good. Let's commit that. Okay, good. Do I need anything here? No, not really. So now I wanted to see what's going on with the metrics. Because yeah, we did try to create those and that was a little bit weird. Do we have the Prometheus running? Yes, we do. How do I host it? Helm, get notes, Prometheus. Monitoring namespace. Okay, there we go. Okay, we should have it on 3000. Okay, good. Dashboards. What we're gonna test? Zone server. Is it the old version or what? No. We just don't have any data, I guess. Oh, I know why. Because of this, yes. So I need to create a service monitor. So this means Helm upgrade this. Now we should have the service monitors. Custom service monitor. There we go. So let's get back to our default namespace. We have we have 3 persistent zone servers. So we need to monitor that. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Last 15 minutes. Nothing so far. Yeah, this is the new dashboard that we were working on. It should display what we need. Namespace monitoring, release Prometheus. I assume it's just we need to wait a little bit for the stats to collect or something. NPC is registered. Okay, we do have some data coming. And let's see, boulder zone. Why is the dashboard empty though? We do have some data. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, so we have persistent, persistent, persistent. Or let's do these two transient. So what's different? The instance is different. The pod name is different. How can we make it better? Let's see. Service monitor. Can we take a value for relabeling? Like, can I add I don't even know. Let's see. Service monitor relabelings. I need the documentation for this. Replacement is a string. Separator source labels. The source labels select values from existing labels. Their content is concatenated using the configured separator and matched against the configured regular expression. So theoretically, env name kind ID, I could add something like app ordinal, or maybe not even app ordinal, maybe, well, yeah, app ordinal, and then source labels, array of strings. So a label, let's see, persistent 2, that's a pod info, right? Wait, where does it get it? Source label, wait, I see. these are the actual default labels. Okay, a sec. Yeah, the problem is I want to get, where is it? Pod index. I want to get a pod index as a source, as a label here. I don't think I can. I don't think I can. So the labels that we get are these ones. Container, endpoint, instance, job, namespace, pod, and service. We can technically just use the pod name. I can make this shorter pretty easily. Can remove the Ymirheim server from the name. So it would be the release name dash zone asker persistent one. But yeah, this is not as good. Why is this dashboard not working though? It should be working. Can't get app environment. Why? Variables, players online. Wait, what? Why don't I have any metrics? You should have app in V. We don't have it. Wait. There is no app labels. Band labels. Oops. This has to be true. Okay, I see the problem. So now we should see our custom labels. Yeah, I would like this thing. Wait, I saw a regular expression against which the extracted value is matched. Replacement. Create groups. The source labels. Select values from existing labels. I need some examples for this. Source label separator regex. Give me examples, please. So replace match regex against the concatenated source labels. Then set target label to replacement with match group references. I think I can do this. So if I do app ID ordinal, we do source labels. No, we don't even need that. Yeah, source labels is gonna be pod, not dop. Then regex is gonna be what's the actual syntax for this? Okay, I see. So this would be dash digit. No. Dash digit, and we remember the digit. Replace. Replacement default is that, so we don't need to specify that. So it should be like that. App ID ordinal regex. Oh, no. I need the replacement. And we're gonna put the ID dash that. Or we can just do app ordinal, and that's gonna be it. Let's try to do both. App ordinal like that. App ID ordinal is like that. Error converting YAML, line 36. Okay, so theoretically it should start working. Last 5 minutes, let's do that. And let's see, so the last one was 18, 20, 30. Still don't see that. 21. So we have now the app values already. So app env staging, app ID, Oscar persistent, app kind. App kind is wrong. Oscar persistent. Oh, wait. Yeah, app kind is the legacy thing. We don't need it. It's just duplicated. Name, we don't have anything else yet. Yeah, I don't see the labels that were just created. These ones, app ordinal and app ID ordinal. Source label, spot. Yeah, we have that label. Did I misconfigure it or something? No? I have something new. Or maybe those are just overlapping. So app env, app ID kind name. No, I don't see anything. I don't know. This is weird. This is not working. I think the regex is correct, but I don't know. Let's see. So what do we have again? This thing. So let's get a pod name. So yeah, it does work. Group 1 is 1. That's first thing that could be wrong. But maybe the YAML file is wrong as well. Let's see. No, this is exactly how I did it. So this dashboard should now be working. Should be working. Yeah, we have that. Now it just works. I don't know. Wait, what? Staging. Okay. So this is working. But yeah, this is what I was seeing previously. Like, we have 3 Asker persistent things. And I would like to have a way to distinguish those. So maybe we can just do that in the dashboard somehow. How do we do that again? Labels, legends, maybe. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. So this is the legend from 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸. We could theoretically use the pod there. But yeah, then it's gonna be this big name. But at least we will know. Legend. Can I add some more information about this? Where can I take a look? I'm trying to find some nice examples. I don't know. Maybe I should just set the pod name and that's it. But okay, our data should be now coming correctly, right? Yeah, I don't see the new fields. Looks like it's just not working. I wish I had an example. So I'm trying to find some examples, but this is not working. The source labels tells the rule what labels to fetch from the series. Any labels which do not exist in a bank get a blank value. I cannot read anymore. Their content is concatenated using the configurated separator and meshed against the configured regular expression for replace, keep, and drop actions. So I think it's just our regular expression is not working correctly or something. Maybe here. Made a Kubernetes pod name. Oh. Original. Following meta labels are available on targets during relabeling. Console. What? Kubernetes. Node service pod. Pod name. But can we do something else? Pod IP, pod label. Each label from the pod object with any unsupported characters converted to an underscore. Maybe this would be better if we just request let's duplicate this. Comment out this regular expression thing that we tried to do. So pod label, and then we get this one. pod index. Like that. App index. Let's do it like that. So it's going to be app-env, name, this is legacy kind, ID, and index. Let's see if that works. So let's wait for pod index, app index to appear here, hopefully. I don't see it. But maybe it's just delayed. It could be just delayed. Label from the pod object with any unsupported characters converted to underscore. And which characters are not supported? Or I can just try to use this pod name because we already know this thing. Yeah, I don't see any index values here. No. Okay, so if that doesn't work, let's try this ordinal on the pod name. See, maybe that works. Oh, index just appeared. Oh my god. Okay, so that works. So if that works, then we don't need any of that. We now can just use the app index in here. Okay. So app in the app name, kind, ID, and the index. We could also integrate the index into app ID. But I think the most stable way to be would be to actually use the pod name. I don't know. Can I have a 1 minute interval? Still have the old metrics coming. Just to be safe, I can do it like that. Weird that I still can see the previous results. Does that mean that we have them here? Last 1 minute, let's say. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we do still have them coming. Okay, let's do what? Let's do Helm uninstall. Right. Uninstall. How can I access Elasticsearch? I need to proxy it. This is annoying. Pods. Wait. I don't have Elasticsearch. What am I talking? I have Prometheus. So how can I drop the data for Prometheus but keep the dashboards? So Prometheus administration. How can I drop the data for Prometheus? Let's see. Kubernetes remove volume empty dir volume. It's not a persistent volume. Well, I guess the only way would be to uninstall and reinstall. Let's do that. That would be the easiest way. The problem is I don't remember how I installed it. This one. Okay, let's do that. So helm uninstall Prometheus namespace monitoring. I don't think I configured it in any way. I think I just installed it and that's it. Oops. I named it install. Guess we're gonna delete it in a moment. So uninstall. Also, it's in the default namespace now. Okay, let's see. Everything should be gone. So monitoring is empty. Default is empty. Okay. So this thing needs to be named Prometheus. It should go into the namespace monitoring. Okay. So now we need to forward the thing. So have the port, the pod, I mean. Okay. It should be running. Where was the password again? Okay. Dashboards are empty. Sure. So right now, if we go explore metric, we don't have the boulder. Okay. So now we deploy our boulder. Also, this could be like that. Also, I want this. No. Yeah. I want this to be here as well. Okay, so Helm install our thing. Okay, so now it should be coming. So let's see, monitoring, custom. Yes. So this should be running. There we go. So which metric did we want? I don't remember. So I guess, no, wait. NPC is registered. We needed this. Run query. Okay, so what do we have? App environment staging ID, Asker persistent, app index 2, app kind, Asker persistent, app name zone. And also we have we have the other metadata that we're not really interested in. Okay, so that's good. Now we need to restore our dashboards. Import, let me find them. Monitoring, Prometheus, not Prometheus, Grafana, provisioning dashboards, that. Okay, so they're already working. But yeah, we have duplicate names and it's hard to understand which one is which. So I think the only thing that we actually need to do is we go here, edit, and in the legend we add app index without even any dashes. Run queries. Yes. Back to the dashboard. So yeah, now it's persistent 1, persistent 2, persistent 3. And if it's missing, it's if the index is missing, which is going to be the case for the Docker installation, then we just don't care. It will be just the name itself. Okay, so let's see. Let me copy this. And we need to put this into every panel where we have app kind as a legend. Yeah, this is why we saw a lot of duplicates before when we tested this dashboard last time, like last week, I think. It's just because even when we didn't have any replicas, like one replica set, we still had a problem because each time we install and uninstall the replica set would create a random number for the name, for the pod name. So this is why we had all those duplicates. But now when we do it like that, it should be gone, especially because we're now using replica sets. The IDs, the pod names, they will be preserved, which is awesome. So yeah, that tells me that we definitely needed this replica set setup. I'm very happy about it. I think this is everything, right? Yeah, and now I can see what each instance is doing. Okay. Exit edit, export as JSON. So yeah, let's save this here. So this is going to be our new boulder zone. Okay, now let's go to the world. Do we have the same problem here? Zone server groups, zone connections, login connections. We don't need to do anything here. Login. Looks good. And gateway. This one can be replicated. So for this one, I think I do need to do the same thing. So edit, edit, yeah, app kind, app index. Yeah, I don't like that. Is there any kind of template language available? Like, can I add a dash only if app index is present? Series name override or template? Let's see. Grafana template. Templates. It's a Go template. At least I hope that it's a Go template. It looks like it. So we can try to do just an if statement. If app index and then with the dash. Huh. If we do that, nothing changed. Okay, Grafana label template. That's the same thing. Humanize. Maybe match. So if match still doesn't work. I don't understand. That's alert rules. Dashboards. Panels and visualization. Wait. Time series. This is so stupid. Alerts. How do I use this template? Just doesn't work. Really weird. Wait, that's legend. Legend template. And how do I... Can add more context to visualization by adding series data values or calculations to a legend. So stupid, I don't know. What could be? Like, how can I configure this? Like, I could always include dash app index, but that would mean then that if there are no app index label assigned, it will look weird. So all the legacy data will be bad. But that could be a solution. Or we can replace the gateway names, name them differently. Not gateway 01, but I don't know. Gateway A. I don't know. Probably I don't need this, but yeah. Transforms. Filter fields by name, rename fields by name. Huh. Okay, this is interesting. So let's say we do it like that. We include the appendix, and if it's missing, there we go. So if the attribute is missing, normally that would mean that there would be a dash in the end. But if we do it like this, then the dash would be removed. So it basically removes the dash at the very end here. Okay. Wait, I need to copy that. Well, for gateway is actually... No, it's okay. Okay. Yeah, it's just I need to do that for every single panel. Okay. Let's save the dashboard and export it. Okay, so gateway is done. We have -1. For login, we don't need anything. It just uses the old number. Here it just uses the statuses, total connections. Yeah. And login itself is not meant to be replicated. World, again, you just select the world. Yeah, and it's not meant to be replicated. Okay, this looks good. And then we have the zone. Here we need to adjust the settings again. So this needs to have a dash. This needs to have a regex dash $. Okay. And the same for the rest of the things. Mm. 1 second. Okay. So we did these three, right? Now we need these ones. Oh, okay. These three, no, these three. Mm. Okay, and here we have two more. Okay, I think we are good now. Oof. Okay. Exit edit. Wait. Cancel. Save. Now we export it. All right. So we figured out that duplication, we fixed that. Yeah, multiple replicas work fine together now. That's perfect. Okay. Next thing is, wait, let me actually take a look. Yeah, this looks fine. And if I, for example, let me test. So if I would deploy a new version, yeah, this one's new. Also, this needs to be enabled. So I can commit that. I can commit this. But first, yeah, let's deploy a new version. Upgrade. Now it's restarting all of those with the new version. That looks fine so far. Okay. So now we should still see the same metrics assigned to the same names. It's just these ones, for example, no, not these ones. This one's gonna be different because probably some zones are gonna get distributed to different zone servers. So some zone instances gonna get distributed to different zone servers, and the numbers theoretically can change. Yeah, like here, for example. Oh no. Oh no. We have some more duplicates. Now we have Asker persistent -1 and again escrow persistent -1. Why? Explorer. Let's limit this to app-id persist. No, let's do towns because we have just a single instance of that. That will be much simpler. So we have that previous one. Wait, I can see here. Index towns zone. The instance is different now. Okay, is there anything else different? No, just the instance is different. Can I group by instance? Run. I guess I have to group by instance to get rid of it. This is ridiculous. And I have both values here. Oh, I guess, yeah. The previous one are gonna stay because this just was the last recorded value. This is stupid. Okay, let's edit this graph. Pretty easy. Actually, now, let's do this one. I need to group all of this. So we had at 1929.111. And it's gone. Wait, what am I doing? It's not working like that. I need to group by app ID plus app index. Like that. I'm stupid. App ID and app index. Run queries. What? Let's remove the legend. App ID, app index. Custom. App kind, app in. Oh, yeah. Okay, app kind needs to go. I guess it should be app ID, app index. There we go. Or I can here set app kind, app index. Then I will be able to see the historical data. But okay, this is still not good. The data is lost. Yeah, where is my data? Also, this is not correct. Why is it 1? Wait. Yeah, it should be a sum by, not group by. There we go. Let's take a look at this. This is weird. Why? Looks like it's preserving some data for some time. So green and yellow. So green 1824, yellow 11. Now green is gone. I don't know. Like it looks like the new deployment reports some data while the old one is still reporting the data as well. And then after some time, what is this range? Like for 3 minutes. We'll have two values at the same time. And this is really weird. Okay, we had this blue line that ended here. This is so weird. Hello, Black Beverage. How are you doing? Maybe here we can... How can we add a value? Table. Wait, how does that work? How do we separate a table? I've seen it somewhere. Dashboards. I don't know. There. How is this done? So legend, table, placement, right, values. Aha. Aha, this is how. Mm-hmm. Can I put a custom value here or something? Probably not. No, I can't. This is so weird, I don't know how to fix this. Is there a like last filter or something like that? Average, min, max, count, group. What is top K? Bottom K. Count, quant. I don't know. Yeah, this is not correct because of the sum. Let's see if I get rid of this. Yeah, it looks like the old one is still reporting for some time. Interesting. Maybe I will actually keep it like that. Like, yeah, we will have duplicates, but it actually indicates correct data. Because it looks like we do have... Oh. Can I group, like, combine the labels? Hmm. Like, when I even select some of the values, when I click, it selects both of them at the same time. Like this one, for example, is very representative. So this is the moment when the new server started reporting some metrics. The old one is still reporting as well. How is that possible? What is this top K? Calculates, right? That's average. Can't select a top K. Okay, not sure what that even is. Why is that even possible? Namespace selector. Match labels. I assume that's the pod, right? So looks like somehow the old pod is still running and reporting some statistics, while the new one is already there and also reporting statistics. How can we get the statistics from a single one? This is really weird. 1929, 1936. So that goes for a long time. This is weird. Why is that a thing? Why do we have 7 minutes delay before the old container stops reporting statistics or metrics? I don't understand. Let's see. Service monitor. Where can I see? Wait, I should have it open. Configuration. There we go. List of endpoints allowed as part of the service monitor. Job label limit. Per script, limit a number of labels that will be accepted for sample. What? Label name length. Pod target labels. Wait. Selector match labels. Selector to select endpoints object. Endpoints object. Pod target labels. Transfer labels on the Kubernetes pod onto the created matrix. No. Sample limit defines per scrape limit a number of scraped samples that will be accepted. Target limit defines a limit on the number of scraped targets that will be accepted. What does that mean? Endpoint port metrics. filter running. Drop pods that are not running. Failed, succeeded. Enabled by default. Name of the service port this endpoint refers to. Mutually exclusive with target port. So it does work on the service level, right? I don't understand. How is this possible? Really weird. Selector to select endpoints object. So does that mean that the old pods are still running while the new ones are connecting? Or what? How can I check that? Let's see the old server logs. Okay, so here we started the vault. Connected to everything. I don't understand. So we created this support for this thing. Can we try to leverage it somehow? So let's put a different release. What can we do some kind of release? Yeah, we can commit this. we can wait with this for now. So this is add metric label app index that indicates the pod index within the stateful set. Okay, let's push that. This is going to be our new release, and we're going to deploy that only to here. Because yeah, something's really weird going on for sure. And we would have to watch the world logs, see what's going on. We will see when the new zone server gets connected and when the old one gets disconnected. Because yeah, this is something really weird. Okay, so we don't need this, we need this. I will keep this for now. We don't need this anymore. Okay, so we have the new release. Now let's do upgrade. We should have only a single one, just towns replaced. Okay, so how does that look like? This is really weird, but okay. We have zone server disconnected, and then we have zone server connected. Yeah, it doesn't look like the old one gets kept. Not sure why it reports the metrics still. That's really weird. But yeah, the old went offline and then it became online. So that's all good. This is weird. I want to try another thing. Can I create a new window, please? Thank you. So 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀 get pods, towns. No. I needed the logs for... Actually, we can start with the towns. So these are the logs. Fortunately, I cannot skip, but let's upgrade. Okay, so the old one stopped correctly. That was my first question. Does it still ends up being kept alive? But now we have here application is shutting down, hosting stopping, we're stopping everything, stopping update workers, stuff like that. Vault connection closed. All libUV workers stopped. So yeah, this actually looks like the zone server is actually stopping correctly. Can we resume when the new one connects? If true, print the logs of the previous instance of the container in pod if it exists. Pod running, max log request, secure escape, ignore errors. All pods. All containers. Let's see, can we do all pods, all containers? Oh wait, I didn't change anything. Okay, it doesn't work like that. Yeah, it doesn't show the previous ones. Let's see, there was something -p. -p. Previous terminated container in pod not found. Okay. But looks like everything's fine. Now let's check kubectl ctl get pods. I want to check the log, the vault server. Okay, so zone got disconnected. And then the new one connected. So it actually looks totally fine. The old one gets completely disconnected before the new one gets connected. Why do we have this problem with the metrics? I don't understand. Also, instance. Can we change that instance label through the relabeling? Because that's the only difference. And that instance is just, I guess, the IP, internal IP address of the pod. Not even the pod, this is the endpoint. Can we replace it with something else, like the pod name? But one sec, let me see. Prometheus, targets. Instance. Let's try to relabel this thing. Instance, and this is gonna be, where was that help file? Let's do the pod name. Not sure if that's even possible because instance is Kubernetes main, if you can say so. Not Kubernetes, but Prometheus main label, like main indicator label. But maybe we can relabel it. But yeah, it's really, really weird. Here we have 3 instances. So technically, even though we have stuff like this is not a big deal in terms of like Grafana dashboard. It just means that we will have a lot more labels, not labels, legends at the bottom on a single graph if we have this deployment transition in the current time frame of the dashboard. That's not a big deal. It just seems really, really weird to me that this thing happens. Like the old endpoint somehow keeps reporting metrics, even though the container is definitely stopped. This is what? 7-minute difference. So for 7 minutes, something reported these metrics. How is it possible? I'm not sure. The container should be gone at that point. Like the container gets destroyed and then new one gets deployed. Also, I'm not sure that it actually works when I do upgrade of the service monitor. It's just not responsive sometimes. So let's do uninstall. And let's do Helm install. So we are sure that the service monitor gets updated. Because yeah, last time we had some kind of delay. Another thing is maybe the statistics is just that the metrics are just delayed. How can we check that? I don't have timestamps in this console output. Where is the downs? We are redeploying, yeah. But okay, it's 47 seconds old. I don't think we have any statistics right now. Yeah, I think this is the new one. I don't know. I'm already so lost in all these things. This is the new statistic. Yeah, okay. Instance is not relabeled. So I guess that's the actual endpoint and you cannot change that label. Job label, label limit. Honor labels chooses the matrix labels and collision with target labels. What? Chooses the metric labels and collision with target labels. Metric relabelings. To apply to samples before scraping. Add relabelings to few standard Kubernetes fields. The original job's name is available via TMP Prometheus job name. Oops. Didn't mean to close that. I need it. Wait. Okay. This is working now. And this appeared at 2014-30. So 2 minutes after we started the thing. So for 2 minutes, it was doing I don't know what. But yeah, the instance is now... No, wait. What? Yeah, we did change the instance. So that would be one way of dealing with that. We just reassign the instance name and keep it the same. But it still means that there are some statistics like this one. This is still reporting. How is that even possible? 583. And this one is still reporting. So we have 3 metrics that are still reporting somehow. And they report different data, right? Actually, I think I know how they could report different data. So what I think could be happening is when we deploy something, it changes the endpoint IP address, right? But looks like this thing is still collecting stats from the previous IP address, and maybe it's pointing to the same thing. How can I check that? Let's do transient. We have 2 instances there. What's wrong? Last 5 minutes. Where's the data? Oh. Oh, that's transient. No, we need persistent. Okay. No, they do report different data. This is so weird. And I need, yeah, let's see, app index 1. Okay, that confirms my theory. The data doesn't really change. The thing that we see here is just probably the same kind of data, but scraped at slightly different times. Because if these were completely different zone instances, this value would change. But it doesn't. The endpoints change, but the data is not. Okay. So this is definitely a bug in this service monitor thing. It just keeps requesting metrics from the old endpoint, and probably Kubernetes is pointing to the same application from the old endpoint. Wait, what did I want to do right now? 1 sec. So technically this instance relabeling, that would somewhat fix it, but I think what we need to do is, there was something like job label limit, sample limit. Sample limit defines per scrape limit a number of scraped samples. No. Target limit. Target limit defines a limit on the number of scraped targets that will be accepted. What is that? It's not a part of this thing. Target limit. So this is a part of what? Spec. Spec. Target limit 1. Let's uninstall. Install again. And see if that helps. Mm. The thing is, now I'm not gonna be able to see it because I have this instance relabeling. So let's comment that out. Also, I want to try this one. Code. No, wait. Let's just copy this thing. Switch to code. Run query. Wait, what? Oh, appnv. Yeah, I don't need that right now. $28. So app ID, app name zone, app ID persistent, and app index. App. What? Okay. So again, we had some discrepancy, right? But okay. Another thing is, I think it was the case even when we were deploying the towns zone instance, but monitoring persistent, it was duplicating that. So that was weird. But okay, let's check this thing. Let's do the upgrade. Wait, this one is still holding the instance name even though I commented it out. This is so weird. It shouldn't be the case. It's still reporting the old instance. Maybe there's some kind of timeout or delay for the settings to apply. I don't know. Maybe we enable this? I don't know. So this is still reporting the old instance name. shouldn't be like that anymore. Weird. And this is current time. Really weird. Okay, we restarted the towns, right? Let's see, do we have two graphs there? Oh, wait. We do have two graphs again. So this one contains the instance. This one has the relabeled instance. So it's still doing this crap. Huh. Like, yeah, if we relabel the instance name, that will fix the duplicates. It will just store the values in the same like matrix container. I don't know how this is called, but it looks like it's still continuing to scrape the old endpoint for like multiple minutes after it's been gone. It's so weird, I don't know. It's still scraping the old one and using this old configuration. Really weird. Maybe we have something that we can define on the Prometheus adapter level. Maybe this one is behaving incorrectly. Probably yes. Yeah, basically this is what we are working with. This is the adapter's job. No, wait, no. Adapter is something that exports the data from Prometheus into Kubernetes. Now, this is what? Operator? Is it called operator? Monitoring? Yeah, Prometheus operator. pod monitor. Wait. Well, service monitor requires a service object. Pod monitor can bypass the service and find targets based on pod labels. The spec selector field in the pod monitor resource specifies which pods Prometheus should scrape. I want this. I don't want to expose the metrics endpoint on the service level. I want to monitor pods directly. Why didn't I see this before? Okay, change of plan. Let's uninstall what we have right now. And change this. Actually, if we change this to pod monitor. Wait. Pod monitor. Pod monitor. Name, labels, theme, whatever. Match labels, selector match labels, selector match labels, pod metrics endpoints, port metrics. Similar to the Prometheus object. Okay, hopefully it supports the same definitions. Service monitor. Pod monitor. Pod metric endpoints. Let's see. So we use target limit. That didn't work. Defines a limit on the number of scraped targets that will be accepted. No idea. This doesn't work to me, it seems. Selector, namespace selector. Okay, so metric endpoints. Yeah, so looks like it's the same thing. That's good. So let's try to create this. And on the service level, we need to get rid of the metrics port. This is awesome. So now we get to keep only the actual ports that we need to expose to the outside. And we can use pod monitor directly. And maybe it will fix this weird problem. But okay, now what? Let's install, but wait, first, I want to see what's going on here. It's still reporting data, what? This is so weird. I uninstalled everything. It's still reporting data. What? I want to wait for it to stop doing this crap. Because this is totally something wrong with the exporter. It's not possible for it to still have the scrape endpoint. The application is gone. There's nothing left. We don't have that application anymore. So what the hell is it reporting? It's still reporting. Still reporting. What? Do we have any issues about that? Have a lot of issues. Duplicated. No, this is not it. Prometheus operator, yes. Per replica remote write URL. Weird. It's still going. And the values are different. Where does it take them from? This is so weird. So it's been 4 minutes. It's still getting the data from somewhere. Maybe it's just delayed as hell. But then when we deploy a new one, it just appears right away. I don't understand. This is definitely something weird. I don't understand. This is so weird. Okay. No. It's still going. It's still going. What? Can I... How can I connect to that? still going. Where does it take the data from? Yeah, you cannot connect to that host anymore. Okay, now it's done. Finally. This is so weird. I don't understand how this can be happening at all. Like, it gets the data somewhere. It looks like it's an actual scraped data. Let's try... Wait, that's over 10 minutes. Maybe I know what's wrong. No, we still have that thing. But yeah, that was over the last 10 minutes, sure. But this is weird. Here we have actual... Okay, this data is not changing. Okay, so it does store the previous data for some time. If we take a look, I don't know, at this. Hard to see. But yeah, this value is constant. Okay. So let's deploy now. So now we are using the pod monitor, right? Pod monitor. Zone. Not transient. I want to say persistent. But yeah, looks fine maybe. Okay, no data so far. So where is my data? Okay, we have one data point. I guess. The graph is not working though for some reason. There we go. Okay, so instance is the IP address. Just to be sure, I want to try and again do the wget. No. Oh, not found. Oh, there we go. Matrix. How do I... Well, doesn't matter. I can just do this and see the error. So not found means that the endpoint is actually working, right? And that was, wait. Zone towns, right? 336. Yeah. So the endpoint is working, it's serving the data. That's good. We have the data and the count is rising. This is what it should be doing. So that's good. Okay, I need to reload, it seems. So we have that. Now let's update the towns instance. Upgrade. And I cannot connect to it anymore. The endpoint is gone. So there is nothing to collect. So let's see what happens. Do we still receive the data from this one, from the green one? We do. How? How is that even possible? And we don't, well, we do have the count for the second one. It just doesn't render for some reason. 5230. How is still reporting the data? Where does it take it from? Like, this is ridiculous. There is nothing to scrape. It reports the old data for some time. This is so weird. It's still reporting it. But okay, at least it's not like taking some statistics from somewhere, I don't know where. It's actually stopping changing the values. It's reporting the same last value for some time. Why? I have no idea. The job name is the same. Everything is the same except the endpoint, the instance. The problem is somehow still reporting the old data. Timeout after which the scrape is end. No. Scrape interval. Let's try to enable this on our timestamps. Maybe it will fix it. I don't know, but maybe. It's still reporting the old one. But yeah, what I'm hoping to change with this, that maybe on our timestamps, will, like, if it keeps reporting the previous value, like it cached the page or something, and it keeps reusing it every time, maybe it will look at the actual timestamps on that metrics page returned by my app, and it will actually assign the correct timestamp, so it's gonna just update the last value right there, not create new points. Maybe that's the case. Or maybe it just stopped with this one. I don't know. But okay, this one's suspiciously stopped after I updated the thing. So maybe we can now upgrade the actual node. Not the node, but the server instance. See what's gonna happen. So now this one should stop at 20. It should stop at 2058. Still could be the old, like the last value, theoretically. Still doing that. The new one appeared. The old one stays at the same value. I don't know. I have no idea what's wrong and how we can fix it. It's still reporting that thing. Evaluation interval. What is the evaluation interval? Stupid thing. Interval between consecutive evaluations. 15 seconds. No, that's not it. Right, let's take a look at that file. Maybe we can find something that represents our problem. So let's see. 20, 52, 30. So 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3, 4.5 minutes. It was still reporting the previous value for 4.5 minutes. So maybe there is some like 5-minute interval somewhere. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.5 minutes. What the hell? What is that? So somehow it keeps reporting the previous value for 4.5 more minutes. Maybe 5 minutes. Uh, I'm pretty sure that's the Prometheus operator that's doing this. And I have no idea where to look at. And how can I even fix it? Or can I even? Defines a per script limit of number of script samples. Target limit defines a limit, the number of script targets that will be accepted. Keep dropped targets. Per script limit on the number of targets dropped by relabeling, right? The number per script limit on the number of targets dropped by relabeling that will be kept in memory. 0 means no limit. What? Number of targets dropped by relabeling. I don't understand why is this doing that. The delay in stream changed. It's less now, throwing me off from jump time. Yeah, it could be different. Hello, how do I read your name? Exenetirgen? Hi. Why is this a thing? Why does it keeps reporting this metrics for 5 minutes after they're gone? Is that 5 minutes everywhere? Like it looks like it. Let's analyze this piece. Yeah. It's like 5 minutes. Always. Really weird. Really, really, really weird. The internet here is really bad. You only get the star if you like it. Oh, I can see the OTLP, how I can enable that. You know what? Maybe we should just do that. So instead of scraping the endpoints, maybe we just can ditch this Prometheus operator and just manually write data directly into Prometheus with the data that we are actually producing. Because this is ridiculous. I don't want to spend any more time looking into documentations for probably a non-existent setting or something to get rid of this stupidity that like keeps creating points in time with the value that it's seen like 5 minutes ago, the last value. This is... I don't want to spend any more time on this. So, okay, pod monitor is good. I'm gonna rename this service monitor that we have all over the code to the pod monitor, and let's commit that. So service monitor gonna get renamed to a pod monitor. Pod monitor here. Okay. I don't want to change the instance because it will probably produce some conflicts, but let's set it, let's leave it commented out. Target limit, looks like that doesn't work. I'm just gonna remove it. And our timestamps doesn't work at all. So this should be it. Service monitor, let's do a search. Service monitor, oh yeah, we have that in this file. 1 sec. Pod monitor. Like that. Also, I need to rename the file. This is now a pod monitor. Okay. So let's uninstall. I don't care anymore. I don't want to deal with this. Let's commit what we have. Pod monitor. We removed the port from the service. That's good. Service monitor. Values. So for values, we only need this, this. This is just a test code that's left. So yeah, I basically just changed that and that's it. Okay. Okay, so service monitor changed, converted to pod monitor. Let's push that. So first of all, I want to see if I can enable OTLP in not in the operator. In here, in Helm charts of the 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙵 stack. Values. OTLP, nothing. Maybe here we can find something. OTLP. Promote resource attributes. Keep identifying resource attributes. Translation strategy. This is not it. So does it work already by default? Crap, I need to find where was it? Where did I see this OTLP protocol adapter or whatever that was? It's not in the Boulder toolkit. Not here. It's actually in my custom implementation. So instead of this HTTP listener, where was it? Yeah, so this component is intended for dev inner loop. There is no plan to make it production ready. Production environments should consider using OpenTelemetry Protocol Exporter. Refer to Getting Started with Prometheus and Grafana tutorial for more information. Okay, export metrics from the application and reference to OTLP exporter. Collect metrics using Prometheus. Install and run Prometheus. Follow first steps. Yeah, that leads to the Prometheus website. After finish downloading, extract it to a local location that's easy to access. Run the Prometheus with OTLP receiver. Do I have to? Feature flag OTLP receiver. I think it's not needed anymore. When was this page created? Web enable OTLP receiver. I don't see it in the documentation anymore. Maybe it was for some old versions, I don't know. Hmm. So by default, it's false. Okay, I see it. Enable OTLP receiver. Accepting LTLP write requests. So how do I enable it in this thing? No, wait. Which thing? In here. There it is. Extra args. Server. Why this has to be so extra args. This is Prometheus, not exporter. This is what? Prometheus operator. Alert manager. Grafana. How do I configure Prometheus extra arguments? You can see everything but Prometheus. Prometheus not exporter, that's not it. Operator. There we go, Prometheus. So Prometheus, I guess server, or wait. I don't understand. But okay, Prometheus enabled. Stations, network policy, service account. Prometheus spec. I don't know. This is so stupid. How do I configure this? This is the web. So this is what? Command line flags. Yeah, sorry about that. Unfortunately, some documents don't have the dark mode. How do I configure this stupid thing? Are you kidding me? Okay, I have an idea, maybe. Where's our Prometheus? This thing. What command line options does it have? So it does have something. Maybe we can find this something somewhere. I don't know. Okay, this is OpenTelemetry.net. This is the chart that I need to look at. Enable life cycle. Let's look for this. Nothing. Extra flags. I need to find extra flags. In here, maybe? No? Okay, this thing should use the Prometheus. Where are the dependencies? It doesn't. It doesn't use the Prometheus chart, so everything is in here. Right. So how do I enable extra flags? Enable life cycle. When deploying the Prometheus Helm chart, I have observed that setting the extra flags argument on non-default flag, such as this one, will cause the default values of the chart enable lifecycle to be overwritten. Okay, but how do you do that? Okay, so first of all, what we need to do, let's exit this container. Where did we, yeah, we did, no. How did we deploy the Kubernetes again? Because we need to destroy it. There it is. So uninstall Prometheus. Namespace monitoring. Okay, now we go back to the install command and let's do values, get values. How do I look at the values again? Show values. I don't have grep on Windows, sure. Let's, I guess, just copy all of this. See what's possible in here. Wow. That's a huge file. Let's just output that into Prometheus.yaml. So what we were looking at, extra flags. We don't have that. So how did you define that? Okay, let's see. Should be such a common thing to do, and it's not documented anywhere. Why? I don't know. This is ridiculous. But okay. How do we set the values, like one by one? Set values on the command line. Can specify multiple separate values with commas. Set values from respective files. You know what? We can create a file, right? We can create a file. Let's get rid of this Prometheus file. And we will set extra flags here. And we're gonna do this. And we're gonna include this. So now we can try to, where is it? Oh, I don't care. We can just do install Prometheus namespace monitoring -f Prometheus YAML. This is actually for the Prometheus chart, which is not what I'm installing right now. No. So let's keep searching, I guess. So nothing in the code. That's promising. Server. Let's try that. It doesn't work. So how the hell is this even possible? Where do they set this enable lifecycle thing? Let's try console libraries. Let's try to find that. That is server extra flags. The problem is that thing is not the part of what am I installing? 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 stack. Values server extra flags. Let's try Prometheus. I don't know anymore. Hello Albus, how you doing? Doesn't work. Just doesn't work. Doing good? Yeah, I'm doing good as well. It's just today is such a weird day. I'm trying to solve bugs that are not my bugs, or modify things that are not modifiable. I don't know. This is so weird. Like, where is it set and how can I change it? This is in Prometheus. Alert Manager, Prometheus. So looks like the Prometheus chart is being used, but how? I have no idea. How can I override certain things? If I use this one, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀 stack. The char's dependencies. Prometheus is not one of them. What is this? Prometheus spec. Prometheus spec. And this is what? Prometheus. Okay, let's try that. So Prometheus spec, server, extra flags. This should be converted to enable feature, but no. Like, how can I add additional command line arguments? This is ridiculous. What is this? Wait. Enable OTLP receiver. So where the hell is it? This is Prometheus operator. Prometheus operator. Yeah, I need these stupid Helm charts. This is ridiculous. But okay, what is this? Kind Prometheus. There we go, kind Prometheus. So where do I need to put it? Metadata. Metadata. Let's see. Scrape protocols. Prometheus spec scrape protocols. This isn't spec. What? Oh, no, this is a spec. This is just a stupid table. So this is a spec. Where was it? Okay. So inside this spec, I need to find somewhere to put this thing. Are there any additional config string? Additional config. There we go. Additional config. Prometheus spec. additional config. Prometheus spec, additional config. And here I need, God, enable OTLP receiver. True. But first, okay, we don't have anything installed, so let's install with my custom Prometheus file. So Prometheus spec, additional config, right? Prometheus spec, additional config. Okay, we should be good, theoretically. While it's installing, let me take a quick break. Be right back in 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. So, okay, this thing is installed. Prometheus. Here we go, finally. Okay, so that worked. We have the OTLP receiver. Now what? Okay, this can be deleted first of all. Then so we enable that. Hope we can close all of this crap. Yes. And this one. Okay. So it's web enable OTLP receiver, yes. Okay. So now how do we actually configure it? So first of all, we need this package. Let's install it in addition to that. So I need this one. Actually, wait. What about HTTP listener? This one's still an old one, old version. So what's in the version 12? Releases. Breaking change. .NET Framework and .NET Standard builds now default to exporting over TLP HTTP instead of TLP gRPC. This change could result in a failure to export telemetry unless appropriate measures are taken. What measures? Additionally, if you explicitly configure the exported to use gRPC, it may result in not supported exception without further configuration. For information and workarounds. But okay, that's one thing. Let's add this. Then we do monitoring, this thing. Now this is gonna be a little bit different now. We need to change it a little bit. So let's go to dependency injection first. Monitoring Prometheus. Okay. So now we have two features. We have HTTP listener. So let's call this one enable HTTP listener. Also this one. Enable HTTP listener, and we need another one called enable, what was it called? OTLP exporter. So here, if we have enable HTTP listener or this enable OTLP exporter, we create this thing. But let's do it in a different way. Like that. So create a builder without anything for now. If this enable HTTP listener, then we do that. Can't remember what this histogram view configuration is about. Okay. If we have that, then we add Prometheus HTTP listener. Scrape endpoints. I want to rename that as well. So this is gonna be URI prefixes. Okay. So this is HTTP listener URI prefixes. Okay. So we have that. Interested listener, listen, URI prefixes. Okay. And we have another one if this enable OTLP exporter. Then we do builder add OTLP exporter. What can we configure here? Batch processor type, batch processor, HTTP client, factory protocol, headers. So let's see how we configure this. Wait. How do we specify where we connect to? Add OTLP exporter. Where do I configure where we send the statistics to though? Here. Use OTLP exporter. So protocol. Support values gRPC and HTTP protobuf. The default is gRPC. I guess now it's protobuf. OTLP HTTP instead of OTLP gRPC. Endpoint. Target to which the exporter is going to send the traces or metrics. The endpoint must be valid URI with scheme, HTTP or HTTPS, and host. It may contain a port and path. The default is localhost 4317 for gRPC or 4318 for protobuf. When using protobuf, the URL must be provided included in signal specific. How do I know that? Where can I where can I see that? But okay. Protocol equals. Can you show me the full thing? Stupid thing. HTTP protobuf. Endpoint. So for this one, that's a URI. OTLP exporter. endpoint. What else do we have? A TLP collector. I want a Prometheus example. Okay, so I add the reference, copy the code from program CS. There we go. That's the endpoint, I guess. HTTP protobuf, metric reader options, interval milliseconds. What's the default interval? Can you say what's the default? The default really depends on the type of the metric exporter associated with the metric reader. Okay. Okay, not gonna change that for now. Also, I need to simplify this. I need to simplify this. So what I'm gonna do actually, instead of using the properties here, we're gonna, instead of using fields, we will use the properties. I'm just gonna create them like this. And then I'm gonna just delete the constructor. Wait, I needed the meter provider. Okay. So now we go back to the dependency injection. So here, let's comment this out for now. Turn new Prometheus. No. Not yet. Like that with options. So first we need enable HTTP listener. That's gonna be like that. And let's also change the config. Then we have enable UTLP exporter. We have meters to listen. HTTP listener URI prefixes. That was this one. And UTLP exporter endpoint. That is get string. So the default URI is going to be this. Okay. It looks good, I think. So by default, all those are disabled. That's good. So now the problem is I need the actual Prometheus instance, and I cannot set it up here right now. I need to set it up in Docker, but we can actually, like, we already have this instance, right? So we have Grafana. Wait, where is my Grafana? Found Grafana. Okay, so we have Grafana, admin, default password. Okay, the dashboards are gone, but that's okay. We just need this. Actually, this. Even not this, but this. So we have the Grafana. We can also output the Prometheus endpoint, right? Yeah, external URL 1990. So we can also forward the port for this guy. So now we should be able to access 1990. There we go. So we have the Prometheus on localhost on 1990. Okay. Now let's go to Explorer, metric browser. Wait, what's wrong with it? It's different. Oh. So yeah, we don't have any custom metrics. So what we can do is, first of all, I need to also update the settings, the default settings. So monitoring Prometheus, let's first of all look for that in Boulder settings. No, first I want to test if it actually works. So let's do enable HTTP listener first of all for gateway server. So enable HTTP listener, and then HTTP listener URI prefixes. Like that. So now if we start a gateway server, it should start a listen on this endpoint. Oh, it's still building. Something's wrong. HTTP listener cannot be started. Access denied. Access denied. Wait, what? There we go. So now we can do /metrics. And there's our metrics. Okay. So this is running. Now it doesn't do anything. Like the OTLP exporter is disabled by default, right? Yes. So right now we shouldn't see anything in Grafana. Yeah, we don't have anything. So now if we enable OTLP exporter, we should be able to send the metrics. I don't see any errors so far. So maybe we have something. So OTLP receiver is enabled, right? Where does it come from? OTL, come on, P. Let's see anything. What do we have? Boulder zone connections. Oh, unknown service. We have it. Okay, we have it. client connections, job, non-service. Okay, so how do we add labels now? How do we add labels? Metric reader, exporter options. Metric reader endpoints, maybe. Options, I mean. How do I add labels? Hmm. This is odd. A non-service gateway server. Hmm. This is very interesting. So Prometheus, OTLP, add labels. Oh no. I guess I need to use OpenTelemetry collector. I need to use an OpenTelemetry collector. And then export the data from the collector to the Prometheus exporter. This is stupid. Oh no. And it ends up, again, listening the metrics endpoint. Are you kidding me? This is stupid. Where was I looking at that piece of code? I don't know. Do I need to configure that through the view? Tag keys. So that. Okay, so for example, let's open the gateway server network. Login connection pool service. So I have this metric, right? Unit description. I have tags. What are the tags? Key value pair. So description tags. Wait, what? Unit description. Unit description tags. Unit. Tags. enumerable key-value pair string object. What's wrong with this? What's wrong? Oh my god. Name, observe a value, unit. Okay, unit is required. So what is the unit here that we have? I don't know. Null. Okay. So here, what's the dictionary initializer looks like? Let's try this. And let's disable the exporter for now. And then set zone connections, right? This is what I was, no. Login connections. Still, I don't see it. I don't see the tags. Hmm. But okay, let's see what happens if I enable the OTLP exporter. That's login connections. Yes. Hmm. Yeah, nothing. And also, if I stop it, hopefully it will stop the data points to be produced. If not, then we know that there is a problem with the Prometheus instance itself, not the exporter. Oh no. Oh no. So this thing is not working right now. Nothing is exporting anything to anywhere. And we're still seeing the points. Huh. Interesting. So that's Prometheus doing something. Okay. That's Prometheus doing something. What does it do? Hmm. I don't know. This is ridiculous. Maybe I'm missing something. An endpoint capable of accepting the TLP. By default, pairs of LTLP log exporter with a batching processor. First, customize environment variables. Interval, timeout, headers, timeout, protocol, attributes. Defines environment variables that can be used to configure attribute limit. Maybe we can configure something through headers. I don't know. Prometheus, TLP, labels. What is that? Service name and resource attributes. Your instrumentation library does not provide service name and service instance ID out of the box. It is highly recommended to set them. Service name, resource attributes. The above assumes that UID gen command is available in your system. Make sure that service instance ID is unique for each instance and that new service instance ID is generated. So how does this thing look like again? Job unknown service. Ymirheim server, gateway server. Unknown service. Service name, resource attributes. Let's see. OpenTelemetry.net SDK provides a resource detector for detecting resource information from the attributes and service name. Resource builder. Service name. Resource builder, add environment, variable detector. Tell service name and word detector. Add a memory collection. Okay. Service name. Configuring Prometheus. Promoting resource attributes. Based on experience and conversations with our community, we found out that the common resource attributes that are certain with attaching to all our OTLP metrics. Service instance ID, service name, namespace, version, including resource attributes at query time. But okay, I'm pretty sure what I can do is I can probably just set this in my config file. Test service. And let's do this as well. Resource attribute, service instance ID, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I have multiple of those? Key value pairs. How are the key value pairs defined? This is stupid. Okay, comma separated. Hi, Caladon. Yes, this is OpenTelemetry. It's so stupid I can't. So let's see. What are the options here? Instance ID, service name, namespace, version. Let's do service version 1, 2, 3, something like that. What about you think about OpenTelemetry? Hear about it from our architects. Don't know, to be honest. So far I've been using it to expose a Prometheus endpoint, but that's technically not a proper way of using OpenTelemetry. It looks like you have to use it like you have to actively send telemetry to an endpoint, whereas an example, I don't know. I'm trying to make it work as it's supposed to be, and it's just not working. I mean, it's working, but it's stupid. So let's see. We defined this crap. It should be propagated to the global settings. But we will see in a moment. Did I enable a shorter interval? No. I need to do this. So it exports every second. Yeah, I don't see anything new. Maybe we don't have a data yet. I don't know. But it looks the same. We can check, actually. So here I can just do randomizer next for now. Actually, let's do it like that. So this way we will at least see if there is any change in the actual data. So logging connections, all right? This is what we are, yeah, this is what we are doing. There it is. So the value is getting randomly generated. Yeah, that's the same thing. I don't see any data. Oh, wait. I disabled the no, it's enabled. So it should be sending data, but I don't see anything. Maybe there's something wrong, but I don't see it. Let's take a look. So this is our Prometheus. Wait, what? Prometheus. There we go. Oh, God. Evaluating rule failed. No, that's not it. That's kubelet. This is something else failing. It's not the Prometheus itself. Where is Prometheus? Here. Yeah, I don't see the data anymore. Why? Let's comment this thing out. Let's comment everything out. Because maybe I just misconfigured it or something. Like it was working a moment ago. What changed? Random number. I did test the tags. It was not doing anything. And that's it. I didn't change anything else. Why? What's wrong with you? Wait. Oh my god. I had a time selected. Okay, it still says unknown service. It still says unknown service. Okay. Maybe these values are not being read. I don't remember how to set environment variable in the PowerShell. Let's see. In V. Should be like that. Now we start .NET. Okay. Job test service. Okay. So now, if we set resource attributes like this, there we go. Instance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Service version is instance. No. Instance ID. Service version is not there. But okay, we have the instance ID, right? Recommended attributes to be promoted to labels. Let's try to set this pod name. So service version didn't work. Pod name equals test-pod-123. Nothing. So we only have the instance and the job, which is the service name. By default, Prometheus won't be promoting any attributes. If you'd like to promote any of them, you can do so in this section of the Prometheus configuration file. Following snippet shares the best practice set of attributes to promote. By the way, is this changed? No, this is the same. So basically what I'm thinking about OpenTelemetry is it tries to be something good, but it's not. It's very rough. It's, I don't know, it's weird. Previously I was using it just to expose an endpoint for Prometheus, but it looks like they're not going to support this library. They state that, yeah, this component is intended for dev inner loop. There is no plan to make it production ready. Production environments should consider using OpenTelemetry protocol. But this thing is stupid. It doesn't provide all the functionality that you would need. So I don't know. I just don't know. And these tags are not visible anywhere, I guess. Or maybe they're just not being promoted to labels. Let's try to configure Prometheus. Promote resource attributes. OTLP. What is this? Keep identifying resource attributes. By default, service name, service namespace, and instance ID themselves are not added to target info because they are converted into job and instance. Okay. However, the following configuration parameter can be enabled to add them to target info directly. Going through normalization to replace dots with underscores. If translation strategy is underscore with, okay. So yeah, by default, Prometheus only converts the job and instance. So job is service name. Job is the service name. And instance is the service ID. Yeah, that's not enough for me. That's the problem. That's totally not enough for me. I need an environment, right? Where is my I don't have the dashboards anymore. Well, let's import a dashboard, sure. So, we have the environment that was the main thing to select. But okay, let's say that we disregard that. What else do we have? App name. App environment. app kind and app index. So this can be the instance name, sure. App name also can be, but we don't have the environment. That's a problem. So if we have instance and job, so this could be our like gateway server, for example, right? The instance would be a unique identifier. We don't have the environment, but we can maybe embed that environment into the instance ID or the job name. I don't know. I think it should be embedded in the instance ID in this case. It was so nice when we could just add labels directly. Also, their recommended labels are weird a little bit. So what do we have? Instance ID, service name. So this is what we have right now. Service namespace, service version. The namespace could be our environment. We don't need that. We don't need deployment environment. That could be our environment. Kubernetes, cluster, container, cron job, daemon set, deployment job, namespace, pod name, replica stateful set. This is so stupid. But okay. Can I easily configure that or what? Because I would use this deployment environment and I would be happy, to be honest. I will just set service instance ID to the actual app instance ID. Service name would be like the gateway server, login server. And that's it. But okay. Deployment environment. How do they do a dashboard that has optional selector? Dashboards new. I think it was on the world dashboard. Grafana, provisioning, dashboards, Boulder, Vault. Yeah, all. So how did I do that? Variables, Vault ID. Oops, misclicked. Allow custom, include all option. So how does that work? The all option. Hmm. I think we can make it work. I think we can make it work. So let's discard this zone, not zone. Now we have a gateway, right? So, oops, let's import a gateway dashboard. And yeah, the client connections. So right now we are running, right? We are sending random data. Yeah. So we can display it where here. Edit. So job. Job is our service name. Right now I don't have it. So this is gonna be I don't know, to be honest. Like actual something like that. Resource attributes. Yeah, we don't have the version. Instance ID, that's gonna be something like gateway 01-1. Right. Let's restart. Start sending the data. Hello? Why is it still stating test service instance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? What? I changed it. What? Test service 2. It's the development environment, right? Yeah. What the hell? What? What? Ah, This doesn't work at all. Like, I can get rid of this. I need to actually set the environment variables, otherwise it just doesn't work. So service name, this is going to be like the name of the application. Then attributes, we don't have the pod name. App instance ID, gateway01-1. Then we start. There we go. So instance gateway 01-1 job is that. So let's copy this. Job is that. Okay. And here we just do instance gateway 01-1. And we are collecting our statistics. So now app environment. This is, I don't know, to be honest, what it's going to be. I need to change the settings. But yeah, probably it's going to be like env, I don't know. Or deployment underscore environment. Okay, back to the dashboard. We need to change variables here to players online job. It was bolder previously. Now it's, oh god. Wait. Job is that. Label. I don't know. Include all option. Why doesn't this work? Okay. So that's the instance selection, but yeah, I want an environment, but we don't have that. But okay, all selection is valid in the meantime. Or not. Maybe not. Why is it 0, by the way? Client connections. Oh, I needed the login connections. Those serve the random data. There we go. So maybe we will do this minimalistic approach where we just use job and instance. That's gonna be enough. And maybe we can configure our Prometheus. Where the hell is that doc? Yeah, so it also includes the deployment environment. Not sure what it's gonna convert it to, but yeah, at least we're gonna have the job and instance attributes. Oh, service namespace actually gets prefixed to the job label value. Let's see if that works actually. Attributes service namespace equals let's do staging, for example. .NET Run, Prometheus, go. Yeah, so that works. So staging slash gateway server. Sure. Why is this happening? Keeps happening like the values for the metrics keep to be in place for several minutes. That's definitely Prometheus doing something, and it's not doing that on my current setup, so there is something fishy with the setup, but it's okay. So I can use that staging slash gateway server. How do I set it? I don't know, 1 hour. 1 hour. So this is what we started with. The unknown service colon gateway server. This is what OpenTelemetry sends by default. We managed to change it to test service. Then we introduce the instance. I'm curious, what about the other dashboards? Like, for example, this one. No, it actually analyzes a lot of data, variables. Yeah. It's a label pod. Yeah, this one's actually is using a lot of custom labels. What about the node exporter? Instance data source. Huh. Cluster. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, the thing is, I was not adhering to the default Kubernetes, not Kubernetes, Prometheus labels, and that bite me, basically. Did I close the... No. Did it stop working? No, it does work. Oh, that's because the staging now is in the name. But yeah, this is what happens. So how long is this time span? 5 minutes. So yeah, Kubernetes, not Kubernetes, Prometheus keeps the last value running for 5 minutes. Why? Maybe I think I saw something. But yeah, looks like it's something built into the Prometheus. It's just, for some reason, I didn't have that before in my current setup. Yeah, usually job name doesn't change in Prometheus. And we can tie to that value, like hard-coded in the dashboards, only the instance changes. But the problem is I'm gonna combine multiple environments into a single Prometheus instance. So my staging environment is gonna be pushing the data, and the production is gonna be pushing the data. And I need to somehow distinguish between those. So without any custom Prometheus settings, we cannot do that. Or we can use these promote resource attributes. And probably this deployment environment would be a good idea. Let's see. Where can we set this? Promote resource attributes. Okay, where was that? I guess I closed it. I need the Kubernetes Helm chart. Not Kubernetes, the Prometheus community Helm charts, this thing. And charts Prometheus values. TLP, there it is. So this is inside what? Server. Inside the server OTLP. Let's see here. Right. Prometheus spec. Server OTLP. Promote resource attributes. Let's put all of them, I guess. Was that in the same chart? No, additional config. It was not there. Prometheus spec. No, okay. It's not in here. It's in that stupid, this one. Values. Now OTLP here. So I need to find Prometheus spec. And here we need to find OTLP 𝚽𝚂. It's in the spec, right? Yes. So additional config 𝚽𝚂. Guess it should be like that. 𝚽𝚂 config. Promote resource attributes. Okay. Let's try to deploy this. Can we just upgrade? Let's not risk it. Let's just uninstall. And then install again with this 𝚽𝚂 promote resource attributes. If something's wrong, it should output an error. Okay. We should be good. Right, so we have the Prometheus here. There we go. Service instance ID, service name space. Okay. What's the current song called? I can't copy it. Maybe I can. 1 sec. I'm gonna put it in chat. This one. But also, it's hard to see, but in my taskbar overlay, the song name is actually scrolling. You can read it. So we have now the attribute. So now we can try to play with the environment. So what was that? Deployment environment equals staging, and we get rid of the namespace. Do we set anything else? This is not useful. Yeah, I guess this is gonna be it. Let's start. Okay. There we go. Deployment underscore environment staging. I see. Instance jump, service instance ID, service name. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do about this. I don't really like the idea of a completely custom configuration. Like theoretically, I could just add my custom attributes here and they should work. But yeah, that means that the whole Prometheus server has to be configured for that. Maybe we can try and just use the instance and job values. But then how do we distinguish environment? I don't know. But okay, does that mean that when I added these tags to the metric, does that mean that they actually work? Let's add a test label, for example, to this list. Prometheus, test label. Wait, I didn't have to restart this. I need to upgrade the deployment. At least let's try to upgrade it. Come on. No, I didn't see it. I didn't see the test label. Okay, so the tags don't mean anything. I can just get rid of them. And this doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know. I would need to think about this. Also, this 𝚫𝚂 exporter, maybe I don't even have to configure it like that. Because it can be configured from the environment variables. I don't necessarily need to configure it here. I don't know. This is weird. I am not sure what to do about it. Having just instance and job names seems to be a little bit too limiting for me because I need the environment. And basically I have a choice either to put it inside the job name or inside the instance name if I want it to be filtered. I don't know. Or we add custom labels, but then again, that's not standard thing that could conflict with other OTLP things. I don't know. It's weird. But at least it works. So, I think this is gonna be it for today. I will still have to figure out how to make this thing work properly. But yeah. And it looks like this bug with preserved last value over 5 minutes, this is something to do with the Prometheus itself, not the exporter. So that's good. Not sure if it's good actually, but it's something. So, let's see. Can I rate somebody? Actually, I don't even have time to rate anybody.
Don't tell me you're following me. Following you?
Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Let's rate Phantom Ferox. So yeah, I'm not even sure what we did today. We did a lot of stuff, but I don't remember exactly. It was a really long day and a lot of bug investigations, not in my systems. So yeah, that was weird. But yeah, metrics are still not done. I still need to figure out how to do them properly. But at least they are somewhat working. So tomorrow is Friday, right? Yeah, tomorrow is Friday. So I will probably be back with the game dev stream, and then in the evening, sorry, I'm losing my voice. And then in the evening we will play Conqueror's Bad Fur Day. So yeah, I hope you have a good rest of the day, and hope to see you next time. Bye bye.